Hello. I take the chance on this song. I don't give a fuck. They can copyright strike me immediately if they want. Suck my left nut. With peace and love. Peace and love on that one. Big suck, peace and love. That's a tough intro. So, hello. I'm also streaming on Twitch for the YouTube folks. That scared the shit out of me. Hold on, let me make sure. No more music now. YouTube does not like music. But, hello. We have a focus today. We have a very cool focus today. We're going to be doing art. Let me turn down my music. Really. Well, too many cooks in the kitchen on that one. We're going to be doing art, but not any type of art. We're going to be Studio Ghibli art. Super excited. Love Studio Ghibli. It gives me an excuse to watch Studio Ghibli movies again, because I can tell you what the first one's going to be. It's going to be Howl's Moving Castle, and it's going to be the little breakfast guy with the fire guy. When was the last time I watched Howl's Moving Castle? What a fantastic question. I don't know. Great question. Good question. Next question. I don't know. I don't know. Um, this was voted on by Discord, Twitch, and Coffee subs and members. They're all called different things. I'm gonna call them subs. So, yeah, all of those members have voted on this topic to do for this stream. Yeah. So this will be a part of my next video after the intro video will be about Studio Ghibli art styles and food art and the. So we're going to be focusing on Howl's Moving Castle. So I'm very excited. I hope you guys are excited too. I am. I haven't streamed on YouTube in a little bit. The last time I streamed on YouTube, I think I didn't. I think I had like 100 subscribers. Not even 100. Like I was pretty close to 100. Let me look. Hold on. Fantasy. Da 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 da. That was 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I think I was less than 100 subscribers. So that's very exciting. Hello. If you are new, hello. um, Let me do my little intro. My other intro. We got a Discord server. It's free to join. You get more things if you're a sub. Obviously, we're not at sub level for YouTube yet, but whenever we do get there, that'd be very exciting. Um, yeah, that will take a little bit to get there, but once we do get there, we do get there. Thanks for listening. That Discord link should be in my YouTube description. If it's not, my bad. It's in my link tree. I know it's around. I'm pretty sure I made a post about it with a link on there if you are interested. Yeah. I'm just setting up everything on my monitor. Oh, also another sub benefit, I feel like I should mention that. I stream what I'm painting on Discord, in the Discord subzone. I wish you could listen to my music there. I'm trying to figure that part out, but we'll get there. Um, but yeah, I stream it, so there's no delay. There's no stream delay. You can jump in and say hello. You can be on stream if you want. I always ask you if you want to be on stream, just because sometimes there might be a disconnect there. So, yeah, that's another sub benefit. All I'm trying to figure it out, man. I'm doing my best. All right, let's go. Let's do what I was gonna do. Hello. Oh, hold on. Did I test this? No. Oh, what a great. Here we are. It's on screen. Wow. How'd I do that? Yay! Okay. So, I'm a big square person, but when I make I'll break down my art process, all that stuff as I'm doing it. I'm a big square person. I like to make square art pieces. I love square prints, so I always have small prints, little square guys, and then I have bigger square guys. So small prints being like 5 by 5 inch, and then bigger being 10 by 10 inch. I do love me squares. I like squares more than rectangles. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the people that like rectangles. I don't know who is the person that actually likes rectangles that much. That's the real question I have. But regardless, I usually start a lot of my pieces as squares. Um, hold on, I do have to change this because I have a printer that does not like CMYK for some fuck. I swear a lot. Sorry. So for some reason, it does not like CMYK. So I have to do anything moving forward now. I have to do an RGB. It's an Epson EcoTank. Does not like CMYK. It makes the colors look fucking funky, okay? I love my EcoTank. It prints, it holds so much ink and all that, but it really don't like CMYK. Which is just a quick quick and dirty explanation between CMYK and RGB. RGB is like what's on the screen. So your screens are made of red, blue, green, yeah, and CMYK is cyan, magenta, yellow, I don't know what the fuck the K stands for. Ketamine. And that's for printers. Printers use CMYK normally. RGB is really for screens and TVs and stuff like that. Um, I don't know why this printer does not use CMYK. I don't know. It's killing me. But okay, regardless, back to the square. So I have reference on my computer screen which I will add to subs art as I go. But if everyone knows Studio Ghibli already, you already know the little guy that I'm going for Howl's Moving Castle. My fucking favorite. The what is it? Calcifer, that's his name. Oh, fake fan. I forgot his name. The little fire guy. I always call him Fire Guy. I love that guy. But yeah, I'm making his thick cut bacon, sunny side up eggs. I love that little guy. Love that guy. And I find him to be so cute. I do love him. He's a hungry little guy eating the egg yolks, eating the shells. Fun fact, there is a small benefit to using eggshells within the soil of your plants. Open image in new tab. Thank you. Thank you. I want the big one. So I have done meat before. Let's see if I have it on this computer. I might not have it on this computer. Let's see. I have done bacon before. Specifically bacon I have done before. And it was for Delicious in Dungeon. Um, so a lot of that is going to be my own reference. See here, do I have it on my computer? I think it might be easier if I just share it with myself. I know I have it on this damn computer. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. How do I share this with myself? I'm gonna just post it in here. Good luck. I own reference. For calcifer. You can't really see what I'm writing. I think I spelled that wrong. My bad. Oh, yeah. iPads don't really allow you to just stream, so I have to use this Discord. Bear with me. I want to see if I can find a video. I would like to find real people cooking it because I feel like finding real people cooking your food is really good. Oh, bear with me. I feel like I'm going to be sharing a lot in the Discord for the very beginning here. I could just share my screen. Okay, hold on. All right, give me a second. Hello, hello, hello. He's going too fast. Let's see here. All right. I don't want to share my whole desktop. That's not what I want to do. Browser. Window capture. I want to do that. Sorry, give me a second here. We'll shrink it down. Yeah, you're not gonna. Well, actually, I don't have that many tabs today. But y'all don't need to see the top there. So, okay. So I saw this video. It's on Instagram, but I can't restart it because it's Instagram and it's just not made for human consumption. Okay, I saw the very beginning of this. Oh my God, how long do I have to sit through this? Why is there no bar? Give it a second here. Okay, we're getting to the very end, which I saw it to start with. Yes, 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 yes. So I like to look at the animated to get the colors, the original colors of the original piece. And then I like to look at real food arts to see where the differences are. What are we highlighting here? I will snip this as a screenshot here. So I can, I'm going to put that in the art zone again in our Discord. I will put like detailed things again in there just to explain it for the people who have missed this yapping session. So here we are. So what is the main differences between the animated still here and the cooking one? The cooking one, there's a lot more seasoning within here. There's a realistically, you don't really see the bubbles like that, and you see how in the actual. Can you see my mouse? No. Awesome sauce. I love saying that word because it's horrible. Is it because I'm not clicked in here? Oh. Oh yeah, there you go. I know you can see it. I don't know why that did that. So, um, the little bubbles here that you can see in here, you're not gonna see that in a real one. No shit. But to see why did they include that? Because that in real life you can hear, you can see the bubbles. You know that they're there, but they're not really a color. They're not uh shown as often. And also, it's to really give the feeling that the bacon that you're seeing is bubbling and cooking. And it also gives, you see how there's like burnt crisp on there? It gives the double illusion, I guess, of the double situation to show that it's cooking by having a brown outline because everyone knows when something's cooked that it gets golden brown. Golden brown. Um, so that's why it's a double meaning there. So with my own piece that I can share, I put, oh, hold on. See how I do include the bubbles? Perfect. This is a perfect shot. Oh, you can't really see my pointer though. Oh no, you can. See how I include bubbles in here? In this stewed cabbage lunch, bubbles, when you're handing it to someone, the bubbles are gone. So the bubbles are there to show freshness within a piece. It gives realism, even though it's not there. A really important detail is having the cloudiness on here and a different color underneath the broth. That's really important to add when you're making soups in general. Having like a really clear difference. And and I feel like you get away with doing like colors that aren't real. Like this is not even close to how the colors look like in how this would be in real life. It's gonna be dull. It's gonna be tired. Like the only bright thing is gonna be these damn carrots, or maybe the lettuce, depending on what. No, but when you cook the lettuce, it turns white. So good luck. Cabbage is gonna stay white too. So I made cabbage more green, and I have some light spots here. Realistically, this would all be pretty pale, and these wouldn't be so orange. The onion's pretty close. And these would, this is kind of raw how I cooked it. It would be a lot more like what we're going for, what we have here. You see how dark this is? That's all the crisp. That's all the crunchy crunch on the side there. But artistically, it does not look great like that. So we want to really identify the different shapes and the thought of how bacon looks like compared to how it actually is. And eggs look like eggs. We love eggs. Me personally, I'm going to make the eggs more yellow or more orange and more vibrant. And I feel like that makes the white stand out more. And I will include some of the cracks and shimmy shams within here on top of Calcifer because we like him too. We want him to be part of it. He's a cutie patootie. We also oh sorry. You also want to include these little guys. I don't know what the fuck they are. I haven't watched this movie in so long. I don't know what the hell these little guys are supposed to be. But I think these little guys are real cute. And we're gonna make him a square. So going back to basics here. I'm gonna keep my reference window up. I was thinking I could have made it like a little slideshow here. You could see it in the corner. I'm lazy, so I don't feel like doing that right now. So I'm trying to think here what we can do a little differently than Calcifer down here. Moving castle. Calcifer. I'm just grabbing a few other references. Because his face is very emotive for this whole time. Oh, I think it'd be kind of cool. Because he goes and he grabs the egg yolks. Or I keep saying egg yolks. It is, um, ooh, I found a 3D image. Hold on. Every time I get 3D, I love grabbing 3D as a reference. Because 3D is, I started at 3D, so it makes my brain itches correctly when it's 3D. So I love seeing 3D renditions of things that I'm doing. Yeah, that's kind of close to what I want to do. I want to show his derpy little face. So the main goals is that we want to show his like goofy ass face, like you know, type beat having face. Kind of just has a little he. you know? Exactly what we want to have there. So, oh, I usually start with purple. Why? Because I like purple. Thanks for asking. Uh, I decreased a little bit here. So, when I start a piece, I feel like it's really important to be super sketchy, not in a bad way. It's just a lot of my paintings, as you see, uses this sideways kind of type beat because I'm on, scooch it down a lot, make the top half here a bit bigger, make the bottom half smaller, smaller meaning a bit more like that. So goofy guy can be down here and not really taking up too much space because we still want to show um I want to show steam also. Sorry, I'm not very good at talking and drawing, especially at the very start of a drawing. I don't really care about those little guys in the corner there. Um, for the original piece, I'm kind of over it with those little guys in the corner, you know? Sorry to those little guys in the corner, but I gotta scratch my leg. You know what I didn't grab? You know what I didn't grab? I didn't grab myself water, so give me 1 second here. Oh, first, before I do that, I do want to include where the eggs will kind of go. I'm a person with a lot of my egg art pieces. I really like to include double yolks. So that's kind of become whenever I draw eggs, that's kind of something I do. Not sure if that will be the spot where the double yolk will go. And then I think 3 bacon strips, bacon, 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 you know that video, um, is the golden ticket. Making some of the bacon go up based off of our real bacon situation, bacon video that we found there, I think is really cool. I like to give my bacon rounded corners because I think that's kind of cool. So, yeah, there's nothing really else about that statement. I just like rounded edges in my bacon. A lot of the pieces have. Ooh, I want to have a gap. I gotta have a gap here. We'll figure it out. So I think having a gap like right here, because that the gap is really cool and important. Because that will we can do a bunch of bubbles right here, and then I do like how I unintentionally created another gap down here, and that could be another path of bubbles. That whole subsection there could be another path. That kind of leads down here. So also, we want to be mindful. I think having one shorter would be kind of cute. I also want to include the bottom of the pot. So I just included it there. I'm going to have that guy kind of really pop up like that. And if you break things down in 3D, of course, I am trained in 3D, so a lot of my drawings have a 3D mindset to them so that I can visualize it better. Because I'm really good, I feel like I'm pretty good at visualizing things in 3D. Because I did 4 years of brutal training. I'm gonna make that flatten out a bit like that. So personally, I find it really, really helps to break things down and create planes, like digital, like planes to see how things would break down. Does that make sense? I don't think I'm explaining that very well. I apologize. Okay, have that one pop up. We'll fix the shape eventually. I'm not too worried about that. And then I can have one kind of cover this bottom half. The joys of digital painting, or painting in general, like you don't really like how you've kind of made something. No problem. Cover it. Cover it. Just cover it. And I like how this one kind of comes down and is pretty big there. But then kind of, that one looks like it kind of broke off. I think that's really cool, having a little broke off section like that. That gets a little smaller. Something like that. And then we want kind of a regular piece. I'm gonna have it go underneath a little bit. And have it go like that. Okay, I'm not a big fan of the middle piece right now. I think that one looks a little confusing. I like having that gap, kind of, as if there's more bacon underneath there. I think that's really cool. But I don't think we have a crazy amount of space to include that while keeping clear. Sorry, I had to burp. A clear viewpoint here. This little guy, I kind of want to show it twisting almost. Try that. The front there is going to be more prevalent. And you're going to stick out kind of like that. So if we kind of break that down, I think it's really important to have these bacons be as separate as possible. I like the shape of this guy so far that I've done. I think I'm just gonna like move the top half there a bit. And we can always add this egg back in, so I'm not worried. That could be kind of small at the top there. I think it's real important, like I said, to include that. Not exactly where that line is. Subsection where? Have they kind of pop up like that? Boom. I think I might have made my little subsection, my little eggs, a bit big. I don't mind making the double yolk kind of big, because I think that one's kind of signature of me. I'm gonna have one that's a little smaller in the back here, kind of leaning against this guy. Kind of like the little at the top there. I think this guy down here might be a bit too big, if I'm gonna be honest. If I'm gonna be for real, that guy might be too big. We also don't have a clear edge, which is kind of affecting our drawing here. Our sketch, I should say. Oh, I want this guy to kind of be under. Shrink it down a little bit. Make you kind of up here. Now there's a pretty big gap. A little too big. I don't really want that gap to be so big. I like that egg shape right here. This egg shape's really good. I like that egg shape. 10 out of 10 egg shape. Wood of the best. No one has a better egg shape than I do. Having like little clumps of egg here. I think I'm making my yolk too big. Too yolked up. Yeah, I like how that looks right now. So what we can do, shrink it down. I'm gonna increase. I'm gonna do the circles first. Modern technology will just fix all of my circles. And we're gonna put you down here. Make you your own little circle. Gonna kind of bend reality a little bit here. Would it actually look like that? No. And you see here how we've conveniently blocked this little subsection here? I'll fix that later. We only have one side to worry about. And we don't really have to worry about it too much. It doesn't look right. That doesn't look right either. Is this a liquefy issue we can fix, justify easily? And I mean, this isn't very realistic either. Is it because this guy isn't? If I scooch him over a bit. Yeah, it's because my bottom circle is too big. When that happens, it doesn't fit on the top very well. Mm. Mm -mm -mm. Da, 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 da. Hello? Sometimes I really do be picking at that thing. So what we're gonna do here is shrink it, do something like this. And fun thing about this pot, we're gonna have something right at the bottom there, so it won't bother us too much. It won't be in our way because we're gonna have cows over there. That's our quick and dirty pot. Of course, as this pot, it's kind of like this. But we will include that with the actual drawing. Now you can see how my sketch is automatically different from how this circle, having a more defined circle here, is more very different than our defined shape. Now, if you're wondering, like, hey, the lines you're making are kind of like shaky scary, and we don't want tangents. Make that back, arch that back a bit more, so we get that same kind of crunch feeling. And sometimes when you make like I would say the stage this is, we did like the rough thumbnail draft. English is my first language. And we already did that rough subsection there. You can include the little tufts to make it look like more bacon is being cooked. Pretty happy about that. We definitely want this guy to be much bigger. But first, draw in the eggs. Have you kind of stick up at the top here. And now there's more space for this egg. Gonna include little bubbles, kind of pre-bubble it up here. We need bubbles around these guys, in the gap in here. In here, there's gonna be a lot of bubbles, like around here. It's gonna be a bubble hotspot, as I call them. Is that an official term? No. Um, but it is in my heart. Oh, I forgot to get my drink. Temporary pause here. I really do have to change this, update this guy, and put Goblin's Pantry at the bottom of it instead of Goblin Mode On. That's my old name. And I mean, there's still plenty of places um, that have that name. So, I mean, there's like, how many places? It's like maybe one or two that still have that name. Most of it I've transitioned. Um, where's that cup? My cranberry juice cup. Right here. Has been transitioned into Goblin's Pantry. I feel much confidence with that name. So my Twitch and YouTube are both Goblin's Pantry. I put the titles. I'm pretty sure Instagram still has the Goblin Modana as the username, but the title, or the name, I guess, is Goblin's Pantry. TikTok has Goblin's Pantry. Blue Sky has the username as GMO on and the title as Goblin's Pantry. So it's a lot of titles. A lot of titling. You know what? I just thought about something. I should definitely Um, give me 1 second. I'm going to make a post on my Instagram. I think that's pretty smart. Just put that there. Okay. Give me 1 secundo. I'll make a post on the Instagram lands. Let me push that down a little bit. Live now. Story. Put it out on the story. Yippee-ki-yay. As my friend sent me. Buffoonery is what my friend has sent me. Do I want to change to VTuber right now? Not really. Okay. I thought I didn't have that song. Oh, I know this song too. Wait a Wait a minute. Know this song. It's all Cowboy Bebop, if you're wondering what I'm listening to. I don't really want to make a Twitter post. I really hate making Twitter posts. I just, I just can't. I can't stand Twitter. So I don't use it anymore. I don't even promote that I have a Twitter. I have a Twitter. I mean, it has all the spiciest art I've ever done on there. I think I'll keep it just to post spicy artworks. People who are there, they know a secret. Ah, yummy. Okay, we got cranberry juice. We got the lovely guys down here. I'm gonna change the color just for Calcifer here. So we want to have a fire kind of coming around here. I have little sparks. And we're gonna have smoke. Not really. The VFX stuff is things I do really at the very end of a piece. Something that the 3D piece does is have a little gap here. I really like that gap, so I'm gonna feel like it helps I identify things. Gap here. I think I didn't give enough space to for our calcifer here. I'm sorry. Shrink it down a little bit. That's the joys of, of I've been doing a lot of physical art pieces, meaning like paintings. Um and it's just been like heaven on earth. Because I haven't drawn digitally in a while. Gap here. Have his little eyeballs be a little bigger. Oh my god, this is the Cowboy Bebop playlist here that I'm listening to. Have his mouth kind of covered. We're gonna need a little bit more space under here. Be having little like footprints almost. Gonna just scoot you up a little bit. Fix that little footprint guy. I'm not sure if I'll have the little guy like looking up at us. That's like, I know where you live. Give me your money. Type B. Yeah, it's a little intimidating if I gotta be honest. I think I'll leave it like that because I think it's funny, but for now. Oh, great. Um, hi. Lots of words to say, but never enough time to say them. And I think cutting it off up here will be fine. There to be a turning point. Like that. Kind of have the top there. I think that darkness, which can do a quick grab. Make it a little darker. The rest of it will be much brighter. Bit fun. That looks like that. Um, that'd be cool. think we have to move some things in the layer. Like the egg yolk, that's going to be the same color. As that, guys, you don't really want that. I do want to show some of the bubble here, but I think it's better to have my leg that show up like that. Oh, wow, someone's trying to give me viewers. Love that for us. Am I still in the deadlock category? No, not. This time we're in the art one. Okay, here we are. I think I'm pretty okay with how most of this looks like, except for you. I kind of want to show that this is a kind of separate object. It's connected somehow. I don't know who this person is. Oh, right. Yeah. Doing something. Not remembering. Alright, this is a Cowboy Bebop night. I've never heard this version of Rain. Interesting version. Get the original one. Having that little dip there, I think, is kind of helpful. Yeah, this is, as we can tell, a part that's going to be a little confusing. Get rid of these guys for a second here. I want to get this part in the correct um, perspective. gonna scratch my nose. Apologize. Nose scratching. The stream. Not like you can see me scratching my nose. So what I just added is like a little button spot. It's like, hey, that looks a lot better. I think having it kind of just blend like that. I think we're pretty close, but I think if I push this, not like that, down a bit more, get rid of. Don't like that. There's definitely, because this is a curved object here, and it curves down here and kind of blends in with the stapled part. There's always, whenever I make pots and pans, there's always like one side that's a little like, I don't think that's how that actually works. And then there's another side that's like, I think that is how that works. This is why I like to have my piece on a different screen. We haven't done a flip yet. It's a little too big. I do want it feels much better. Shrink the top half a little bit on that side. Now, of course, what we've drawn is not a real pan. This is the fun part about art, is that you can sit and you can just make up fantasies. It doesn't have to be perfect perspective or anything like that. That's the fun part about it. Um, Give me 1 second. Okay, feeling a bit better. Not by much, but a bit. Okay. So what I do now is that I physically take a step back. Look at what we got here. Of course, our colors are a little light here, so I can't see that far. I feel like the pan looks good enough. It looks like a pan. So I'm pretty happy with it. I think we can move on. A lot of times I start adding colors and stuff, and I fix the shapes as we go. I'm gonna put every guy in a. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted that so quickly. Just clear it. Now we're gonna start getting into color. I usually like to jump into color pretty fast. And then I fix it once I'm coloring. Oh, what should be the background color? I didn't really think about that. Okay. We could make it a wood themed, like a woody color. Did not think about that background. Usually I think about that dead last too. Something like that. Maybe a little lighter. Go from there. We'll just cover that up for now. I'll make this guy closer. To what that is. There, so we're gonna use a brown again. But I'm gonna go pretty dark. For this part here. We're probably going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers. Oops, I don't know how that happened. That's the pot color. We're gonna label it now. Oh, hello? How'd that happen? There you go. Rename. Where? Okay. I like how. I don't know how I messed it up. Oh, good. I have emojis. So happy I have an emoji. Okay. Pot. I don't think I've ever hit that button before in my life. I think I think I malfunctioned. It was just like, what? What? Oh, we're gonna do the bacon. Bacon. I love bacon. Bacon strips. You know that bacon strips commercial? The dogs that go crazy for the bacon strips. Bacon, bacon, bacon. I like that commercial. Now we're gonna bring this over here, bring in some yellow. I don't want my white to be actually white. I want it to be adjacent to a white, but we don't want it to be completely white because we want our oil. Well, even then, that won't be white. We want it to be a different color. Gonna have our base orange be similar to the bacon. I do want to add some reds to this. What did I miss? Not much. How are you doing, Cat Shark? Not a crazy amount. We're drawing today. We want egg bits at the same time as bubbly bits to come out. That would be really good. And I think our egg subsections are a little too uniform. You're making Howl's Moving Castles breakfast. Calcifer's little guy. Having a line of bubbles right here would be really good. I will. This is where I also decrease some of the lines. I wish you could decrease a little.
Joe Biden, wake up.
Joe
Joe
Biden.
Biden, wake up.
Joe
Now you're
Biden.
living.
Hello, Furious. Joe Biden, wake up. Joe Biden. Sorry, I love that thing. I can't help it. It's too funny. We're doing Howl's Moving Castle. Howl's Moving Castle. This is the first one we picked. As you can tell from the Discord little activity thing. I don't even know what this is. I'm gonna be so honest. You can add a GIF to your voice things. I don't know. Try my best. But thou did not miss much. Okay, where am I? Spaced out. Okay, just in time to watch me space out. Okay, then we want Calcifer. We want Calcifer to be a very bright color. Of course, Calcifer's fire. So we have to be careful. Oh, you're going to the zoo tomorrow? Ooh, that's exciting. I love zoos. Zoos are like my favorite place ever. Oh, it's gotta be above the pot. Unless, like, you're in a school trip or something. Okay. Has to be above everything. Not the smartest. That's when it doesn't become fun. You have to take care of other people. I think zoos are super fun. Very biased. I've traveled to different states and like my highlights are going to a museum and a zoo. Going to the DC Zoo is super fun. That's a really cool zoo. It was cold as anything though. And we want the edges of this to be red. I think this red might be a little violently red. But that's okay, because we're gonna make the center bit a bit more yellow. I'll blend it out. Super fun zoo. Super, super duper fun zoo. It is a really cool zoo. It's I sat in front of the lions and tigers for the majority of the time there. Raining, cold as anything, and I sat in front of the lions and tigers. It was they were so I think I have 30 minutes of camera roll of me in front of or well, it's not me, but me kind of hanging out in front of the tiger just watching them. And because it was raining and it was cold and all that, it was only like me and like three other families that were at the zoo. A genuine perfect time to go to the zoo when there's absolutely not a soul in sight is by far the best time to go strongly recommend going to zoos when it's raining. A little uncomfortable for you, but like um there's a huge exhibit going up in the DC Zoo. There's like a whole subsection that were redoing when I got there, so like half of the zoo was shut down because they were doing construction. But I saw my first panda. He was just chilling there, fat ass just chilling there, you know? That's a little mean of me to say, I feel like. It's just chilling there. I think I should make those too. This little blurb in the top here. I'll make it a little bit. No, I did not ask. Didn't ask for the eraser tool. Okay, I can scoot you over a little bit. I think his eyes being wide, but still close to the center here. Okay, what the fuck was that? Something weird's going on with my pen. Let me unplug it and put it back in. Yeah, they were doing construction. I went to an overpriced sushi place that was real close by. I drank something. I don't know what it was. I think I was tired that day, and I was like, oh, well, I'm basically walking around DC, which is DC is a walkable place. So I'm like, I'm tired. I don't want just a soda. I want alcohol. I want alcohol. So that was fun. It was very fun. I would recommend, strongly recommend going to the DC Zoo at least once if you're American. If you're not American, I don't know. I don't know. Probably better places out there. Let's tell you. What is this? So there's this turn your business into a 10K a month type beat business. Um, YouTuber that kind of does that. I'm going to talk a little bit about it. Yeah, I am. And the thing about those, I feel like it's so strange to have your business model like based around making money off of artists that want to get popular. I'm gonna push this into a purple. Yeah, it feels kind of. Why? I like purple. We'll see how that goes. We'll think about it. That's like the same value, which is why I kept it there. Because I want things to stick out a bit. You haven't been there since high school. Oh yeah, you gotta go as an adult. We have like freedom and all that. I think the pot will be the easiest to color, but like I was saying, um, I feel like the places that have are the YouTube channels that are based off of, oh, I know you want to start a business as an artist, and if you pay me money, we'll figure it out together. There's definitely value within it. Hello? What the hell? Just as I was talking, I disconnected a little bit. Am I back? Wake up. There's a fish spinning to make sure I'm back here. Got to make a move to a town that's right for me. Sorry. Okay, I think I'm back. Um, as I was saying, I feel like it's a little strange to have your your whole business model as a fellow artist to make other artists um have successful businesses. And I mean, I get it at the same time because I think it's really hard to make a successful art business. So there definitely has to be over I want to connect this and then disconnect it again. There has to be something to help artists out there kind of figure it out. Because if you go to art school like I did, um, there's not really they don't teach you that. They don't teach you that in school. They really don't. They don't teach you how to be an independent artist. They teach you, okay, go into studio. Like for me, I was video game art and design. Go into studio and then work from there. They never encourage indie artists, they never encourage self-independent artists because that's really a really hard path to go down, and not many people are successful at it. They want you to be successful, so their numbers are successful. Of course, you gotta make an edge. Oh, hello! What happened to my little subsection here? You know, in my pot, we didn't really make a crazy amount of space for an edge. I think that's is what we were missing. With a lot of our design here. I'm gonna put that edge in. That means you go back to egg. I'm talking about a specific YouTuber because I signed up to the newsletter because they do give helpful advice pieces and it's good example of how to make a newsletter because by the way I have a newsletter and it's coming out in a few days. Um I'm probably gonna finish it tonight, make like a few promotions, and then post it in like a few days. What was I doing? What was that person's name? Chelsea Rodriguez, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's their YouTube name too. I like their YouTube videos. When I was just starting and thinking about doing it professionally, that was one of the many channels I looked at. One of the most important channels I looked at. But you know, signing up to a newsletter, getting there's a lot of promotion there that is a little uncomfortable. If I'm gonna be honest, it's a little uncomfortable. It's a little uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie. Hello. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer, of course. This is why I eventually turn into one layer because I just start painting on the wrong layer and I'm like, ah, shit, I ain't redoing that. that's, that's usually how that goes. A lot of this, luckily, is covered by calcifer. Make this a little lighter. and scooch down to a different color. A lot of my intro coloring is very, very rough. I use a flat brush so that I can get the colors out and correct that I want, and I can fix it way faster. And also, hold on, let me finish drawing this little spot here. Make it a little lighter. I like to add a lot of different colors within my pieces. I don't want to include too many yellows. When you blend this out, it looks really fucking cool. Include some red, but make it a little darker. A lot of times I use darker and lighter when I'm talking about increasing or decreasing the value. And I usually say decrease, increase, saturation at least. I use decrease, increase a lot instead of saying there's a word, there's an actual like terminology. Is it tint or tone? I forget which one it is for value. Increasing, decreasing, fucking value. There's another word. Um, there's a word to go up and down. There's a word to go this way, like an actual word instead of the BS I'm trying to tell you about. But like I was saying, it's real important to include other colors. Now, a lot of this piece will be warm. It will be a warm piece overall, but you want to include some opposite colors also. Sometimes, even if our friend Lucifer down here is going to be covering the majority of what we're painting, I like to do this is why I start in this color or in this like hard brush because it will always be underneath it if I ever want to include it, and it's not that I don't have to like rethink about it if that makes sense. But back to what I was saying before, I feel like it's a little weird to have your whole business model as an artist to sell you a course. And like every industry is plagued with a course person, the course master. Like if you sign up today, you'll get course this, that, and the other, you know? Every place has that. It's kind of unavoidable, but it's a little annoying. I don't like it. I get it because like that knowledge, that's a very it's a skill to make a art business work. It's a really big skill to make. Oh, speaking of skills, I'm gonna distract myself again. Um, I was talking to a friend, and they were talking like, oh, it's really hard. It's like near impossible to make money off of campaigns, like D&D homebrew campaigns and all of that. And when I first was starting my art business, I was like, yeah, it's real hard to do that. And then now I'm like, okay, no, it's just a skill issue. And I mean that with lots of peace and love. It is incredibly hard to make a business. Oh, um, from art and any artistic endeavors. It is incredibly hard to make something work. So to be able to do it is really it's a lot of grit there. A lot of grit and a lot of passion to get that shit done and get it off the ground. But it's really there's luck. There's a lot of luck with what is happening, how to get your business off the ground. There's a lot of luck with it. Yes, but it's a lot of it is your presentation and understanding your knowledge or understanding your knowledge, understanding your audience. If you don't understand your audience, how are they going to be able to buy things from you? How are they even going to be able to find you out there? I want this guy to be against. My pen's acting strange. Having a little gap here for bubbles, I think would be kind of cool. That's my smudge tool. Not there is a hotkey to distract myself again. Um, and I don't think my friend really liked me saying that because I'm a full-time artist. This is my job. And it's been a really hard lesson and a skill set that I had to learn is how to market myself without coming off too disingenuous or too money grabbing. And that's a real skill because it's like, I want to show you my product. Like, hey, what I'm drawing now is a product I will be selling eventually in the future. Yeah. So I have to be able to sell you onto why you would want something. Why would you want this? Why do you want this in your house? To me, it's pretty simple. I love Howl's Moving Castle. I love Little Calcifer Dude, and I love uh, eggs, and I love bacon. So that's an easy buy for me. But a lot of, especially in this economy, it's pretty tough to convince someone to buy something on a luxury. Art is a luxury at the end of the day, and it's tough to convince someone to buy something that's a luxury when there isn't not a lot of people have a lot of space for luxuries. Which is why I feel like doing this is a skill. It requires a lot of skill to be able to not convince someone. I don't like saying that. It's not really a convincing. More like it's kind of convincing. But it's a delicate balance. You have to balance how to. Hold on, let me tone this down a lot more. You can see how quickly I get rid of my original lines, and I start just kind of drawing what I'm feeling. Having that bright spot underneath there would be really good because that'll make that one spot there stand out. This shape is funky. You know, this shape is funky. I want there to be a gap in between the pieces, but the shape is weird that I've made here. I've made a funky shape. For new live stream viewers, I get distracted a lot. I start going on tangents and then I forget about the tangents. So if you're ever interested in something I was saying and then I distracted myself, feel free to just be like, hey, what about that story? Hey, the fuck? You just stopped talking about it. Do not be afraid. Or you can do a soundbite. Those are only on Twitch though, so I do apologize. I don't know how to include them on YouTube yet. Sorry. It's just that's a fact of life. I don't know how to include them on YouTube yet. Other little sound bites I'm talking about are the little fish spinning I do on occasion. So that thing cracks me up. Time to make a move to a town that's right for me. Dun, 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 Dun dun dun. So I'm about to pull out my own reference of food art of my own. Here we are. Because I did bacon before. I mean, this is ham. It's not really bacon. Um, but I want to include some of the vibe of that. So I'm gonna bring it up just for reference. Scratch my boob for a second. Very important that I told you that. You're sold. Thank you, Cat Shark. Thank you, thank you. I try my best. You've always been there for me, Cat Shark. I appreciate you. Let's see here. This little shape here is a little weird. Yeah, what is going on with my... I do like the arching bacon. I think that's really cool, and I do want to include it. But I'm not sure how I can do this. I kind of grab that other color. I don't want that arch to kind of blend in with that guy. If I go like that. I make this area kind of dark overall. Yeah, that is kind of close to what I was looking for. And I can kind of expand this guy a bit. Whoa, what is going on with my screen? Ever since I got it fixed, it's been a little funky. Kind of disconnects a lot. I mean, I'll figure it out, but obviously it's still draw, drawable. Jesus. But it doesn't always match with where I'm drawing. Is there like a calibration button? Maybe I need to recalibrate my Apple Pencil. I know there is on drawing tablets. I'm not sure on the iPad. Yeah, I think there was more that might have been slightly damaged that the guy just kind of didn't look at. He replaced the screen and he said, "Thanks for the money, have a good day." Um, Kind of the vibe I got. But it's still workable, you know, it's still workable. I ain't that bothered. To me, eggs are always really fun to draw. Oh, I was scrolling through references and I just saw some AI crap. That's a 3D model. Oh, A lot of times when people make fan art of this particular thing, they focus on uh, Cal uh, Calcifer because he's a little character. Everyone likes little characters, but I'm focusing on the food. Um, Let me go back to my realistic one. I'm gonna start adding like small implications of like cracks and funky stuff. All right, I'm gonna Google if you can recal recalibration is automatic. Tightening the tip. um, repairing via Bluetooth. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna look at my settings. I try not to show settings as much as possible. Accessibility. Okay. It's just telling me about. I like when the settings don't show you what you need to see. Okay, I'm gonna forget it and then come back to it. Okay. I'm doing a little test. Yeah, I think that fixed it actually. Restarting and doing it again. It feels like that helped it. Need to plug it in and plug it back in again, you know? Oh, oh, it's still doing that. Huh. Huh. Is it in certain subsections that's doing that? Yeah, I'm definitely not. Hold on, let me make a whole new layer. It feels like it's in certain spots. It's doing like a strange jitter when I'm not jittering. Yeah, like right there it does it, which is it doing it? Where it was cracked? I'm making a straight line here and it's zipping around all over the place. Huh. You know what I'm gonna do? Restart the app. It could be an app issue. Or maybe because I'm streaming, but I've never had that happen before. I don't know if it's like lagging or what that is. Such a strange existence that is. I could do another test where I see if it's connected to me streaming it, like the iPad itself is lagging, which has never happened before. But we'll just continue drawing for now. Okay. Oh, this is another layer, right? Oopsies. We want to include little spots of egg being cut off and having it be separate from everything. Like, you see what I mean? I didn't make those. I didn't make that movement. I like straight lines. It could be that I haven't updated this app in who knows how long. That could be it too. Everyone's like, yeah, you need to upgrade things. I like adding highlights to things. Right, here's a spot. We're going to darken you because you are going to be doing a fent fold at the front here. This area will be darkened a little bit because we're at the edge. I think that's kind of a crude way of describing the. It only does that randomly, huh? What the egg's doing. A little bit crude, a little bit crude. But as a just a random reflection here of life of being an artist professionally, it's been oh, speaking about professional artists, I need to look at my other email. They'll get back to me whenever they want to, or they won't at all. I don't know. I have some English is my first language. Some emails to do, newsletter. It's been really fun. Um, discovering lots of things as an artist. What do I mean by that? I am kind of paraphrasing a lot here. Um, like learning how to be a professional artist and an award-winning artist, actually. um, and learning how to sell my art has, I don't want to sound super money hungry. It's just talking in general. It's been a very unique experience because I feel like I'm turning more into a professional artist rather than just a hobbyist. A hobbyist doesn't really care about money. They're doing it for the love of the game. They just enjoy doing it. And me, it's like, okay, this is how I make money. This is my main income. This is my main job, which is such a blessing. Oh my God. Sometimes I get frustrated in the things I have to do, all like the social media stuff, and then I think about it and I'm like, oh, at least I'm not in a 9 to 5. I do enjoy doing it for the love of the game, but an artist is an artist until rent is due. Most of the things, I mean, the reason I did art for the whole point of it was because I wanted to live off my art. Living off the art requires selling it. And there's a lot of art that I give away for free. There's a lot of things I do for free because I find it when I was starting as a little baby artist, I had a lot of fun watching professional artists um, paint their pieces, which is why I'm here. And I also like live streaming. Live streaming, I do this shit for free. This is live streaming is love of the game. Straight love of the game is live streaming. I make negative money. I make zero money doing this. There's no money to be had. I'm doing it for the love of the game. I love streaming. It's real fun to just talk and talk to people live. Or live close enough, there's a little delay. But I love doing this. And of course I'd love to get paid for it, but unfortunately we live in a capitalistic society. I do a lot of things for the love of the game. But, I'm an artist until rent is due. When rent comes, start stressing. I'm like, oh, I have to pay back my car somehow. I have car insurance, health insurance, all those got to be paid. And I'm not working a 9 to 5. Exactly. Exactly. It's an added benefit if I get paid. If I could have done art for free, I would be doing art every single day for free. In Ireland, how they have like paid supplement, paid something for artists. I would be there. I would be making so much art if I didn't have to worry about paying for my car bill, paying for insurance, paying for if I didn't have to worry about all these other bills, I would be doing so much more. I would stream more often. I would be hanging out, making videos. I didn't have to worry about that. There's, at the end of the day, I have things I got bills must be paid, which makes me sad. Hello? Why was that not? I was looking at that from a distance. Hello? Is that a dead zone? What was that? That was so random. Like right here. There's a spot on my iPad that doesn't always work. That's not even where I crushed it. Fun fact, I absolutely crushed my iPad and had to get the screen repaired because I was like, okay, well, because I crushed it basically at the top corner. So I was like, okay, well, there's probably nothing wrong with the actual screen itself, or with like anything underneath it. Mainly just I messed up the corner. Na, 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 na. I think that little thing I made is a little too organic, if that makes sense. I think a lot of my bacon shape is very organic looking, and I think I should make it a tad bit more square. I grabbed that purple. And make a good chunk of this darker. I'm gonna grab my other darker color. Now we have to be careful with entering darker and darker zones because we don't want to go too dark and then you can't. It's like the same color as our back area here. And I think we might be a little dark. Might be a little too dark here. And of course we grabbed. Might be a little too dark. Something like that. And this has an outline, so I'm not too worried about it, but I will darken it a little bit. Just so it's a bit, I actually do like that section being dark. I don't think I mind that. Being too dark. I love drawing while streaming because I have another screen. I have like 3 screens that I can look at different sizes. Where like my stuff is on. Like what the fuck? I'm drawing a circle here. And it's like, no you're not. Didn't you want a confusing circle? What is that? It's a little something underneath my screen protector. It's unique. Sometimes I feel like these screen like I don't want to go to Apple and get it fixed because that's a huge upcharge. But sometimes I think it's worth the money to go to Apple. I wanted it done quick and dirty. Here's what happens when you get it done quick and dirty. Just have dead zones in your iPad. And I think I might have not updated this guy recently. That might be my issue. I'm a little nervous to upgrade it because I've heard that people have upgraded their Procreate and like all of their art pieces are gone. I'm sitting there with my mouth open. What? Oh, hell no. I turned off automatic updates immediately when I heard that story drop and the recent update. Like, all of my stuff is gone. What? And it's not like you can pick certain updates. Like, oh, I want to upgrade this like by 2 and then carry on with my life. Nah, you gotta upgrade it to immediately the newest. Make your yoke a little bigger. I hate that. Adding, oh, sorry, little bits of bacon pieces here too, and have it come down. Yeah, there's definitely something not connecting with that correctly, which is fine in this stage. And I don't mind it too much because it's not bothering me that much. But it's starting to piss me off. I'm a little, like I said, I'm afraid to upgrade this because of that one or multiple people saying they lost their progress. They lost all of their files. And I'm like, yeah, I have a lot of drawing files that I don't know if I can download all of them right now. Because that'd be a day of me just staring at my iPad, watching as things go to a Google document, you know? And like that definitely sounds fun. Oh, super fun, super exciting to do that. It's like, yes, I do need to create backups. Because I didn't create a backup when my iPad cracked the first time. It is a requirement I really need to do. This is where we start getting into my actual pen here that I like to use. I'm gonna grab you, bring you back into some color here. It's better be on the pot layer, yeah. Sometimes I look at it and I'm like, you better be right. If you're not, I'm gonna have some choice words for you. Mhm. Gonna decrease this guy a little bit. Bring back the dark guy. Sometimes when I'm at art markets, I tell people I don't use layers. I should mend that statement too. Like, I don't use many layers. I do use a few layers, but I ain't using all of them. Okay, that's fine. Grab that dark color again. Want that to almost blend in a little bit. Kind of blend both of those together. You see, like, I feel like every time I try and do, I know you're down here somewhere. I try and think of like, oh, I should stop breaking my iPad. Yeah, that's true. This is the first time I've ever broken it. This is the very first time. Um, Now it's a little funky. You know, first time for everything. Okay, good enough. Sometimes it's really just like, yeah, it looks like a handle. The handle is going over it. I think this should kind of come in like that, and then kind of cut off. Something like this. And then that kind of want to blends. Like it's not blended in very well. Something like that. Sometimes some parts of my drawing bothers me, and I just gotta raw dog it and fix it until it's like, yeah, it's good enough. Da, 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 da. You know, I always worry. I feel like it's like a bit of an imposter syndrome. Like, oh, my art's not good enough. Oh, I'm not like my original art isn't good enough. Even though people buy it all the time, you know, people really enjoy it. These are just my shower thoughts, just shower thoughts. But I wouldn't want it any other way. I would not want it any other way. This is just what I love to do. And I would love to, I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this. I have the skill set to do this. That I'm able to get this off and running. Ooh, put some purple right in here. Crack the code with that one. Boom! That looks cool as hell. Feels like a. Sometimes I get to look at my past when I first started in like 24. And starting in 24 is like I went to my first anime convention as a seller, as a vendor, I should say. Hold on. I'm distracting myself a bit here. Feel like we have some values that are off. Yeah, I want you to be a bit. Excuse me, sir. Make you a little brighter. Here we go. So the background's pretty dark. That, basically. Yeah, yeah, that feels better. That does feel very bright, but it is better. House fur is important on this piece, but we want to make sure that the food is shining through first. Like I said, we're gonna just decrease him so we can see around. Mm, okay. Got eggs. We got bacon, 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 bacon. Our pot is kind of in there. That's gonna be basically covered, so I'm just gonna quickly do a quick and dirty blend. I'm gonna do a quick and dirty blend on this side too. Oh, that is really bright. So now we're gonna try and decrease some of the brightness. Give them a little kind of fingery hands. I think that's cute. I don't really know what I'm listening to. I'm listening to jazz. Very jazzy moment. Ain't in the mood for jazzy moments right now. I'm getting tired. Oh, oh, oh. Yes. I think I should get the talking Tom as one of the little Twitch emotes here too. I still love the Joe Biden one.
Joe Biden, wake up. Joe Biden, wake up. 9/11.
One of them would have to go though, which would make me so sad. I love the oh shit a rat. The One Piece is real. The mind boom has to be there. Pizza time. I say that all the time. I love pizza time. Fish spinning is a classic. Maybe the Get Out, but that one just screams at me for no reason. I need more bullets. I need more weapons. That one has to stay there too. I love that video. That's kind of a potential though to get rid of. I have the real long one. It's go to the bathroom one. I hate that one because you can really like hear the shit and it's just tough. It's a tough listen. That's why it's so high. So many channel points. Oh, speaking of channel points, for the next Wheel of Misery, I think it'd be really fun to do a increase its face a little bit. Raise it up. Raise me up. I think it'd be really cool to show his little toes. I like to show his little toes. Even if one kind of sticks out a little bit, that's okay. Look how cute that is. Look how cute that is. Thinking I can have a red for the outside, kind of like this color. Yeah. Oh, his little toes sticking out, man. We gotta have his toes. He doesn't really have little toes like that sticking out, but I might move this to over here or something. So it's available. There's real estate over here. Yeah, do you know how cute that is? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna make his little toes kind of stick out over here. That's adorable. Just want to announce that to the heavens at that point. Then the one that's close in here. When we add the VFX in that subsection, we will re-add in something that's really important on the pot. Having the reflections of yellows on the pot itself. Real important to have that in there. I'm gonna grab everyone here. Hold on. Grab you guys, put you in a group. Scoot you over just a tad. So there's a little bit more space on the side here as I feel like I'm running out of real estate. Like, alright, if it's like thin on this side, I don't mind that at all. Having a little oops and zaps. Yeah, cows were so cute. Thank you. How are you, Doodle Addict? I hope you are well. We're doing a series of I spaced out, so sorry. We're doing a Studio Ghibli series of food, food art and all of that. So we're seeing how things will go. Yeah, welcome in. Oh, my image disappeared. What happened? I do a lot of food art. Delicious in Dungeon was my first anime that I did a lot of food art. As we can see, this is one of the pieces in there. I do all food art, and I've been asked a bunch of times because they say, "Oh, your style reminds me of Studio Ghibli," and I'm like, "Oh, maybe that's a sign that I should draw Studio Ghibli." So finally, I am I'm doing that. It took a long time, many years, many hours. Unfortunately, I don't know why it took so long, but it sure did to get here. I'm gonna make this a little bit more. I want the feetsies. I'm giving him feet to be a little darker. Does Calcifer have feet? Technically. Not really. I just thought it'd look really cute. The little feet at the bottom, you know? Can a girl dream? Nope. We do want the center of his face to be bright. Increase that brightness around his eyeballs. I'm glad you're doing well, Doodle Addict. Normally, I have music and stuff playing, but we are dual streaming on YouTube. They do not like music. They're very anti-music over there. Well, half the music I listen to is copyrightable, so that's why. But yeah, I do listen to more music when I'm drawing, and I'm listening to it right now. It's just you can't listen. Hee hee hee. I am trying to figure out because I remember in Discord there used to be music bots. That would be really cool to get back. Let me actually, since we're here, let's Google that. Music bots Discord, and I made it into a new tab. I hate. That's a year ago. Flappy bot. Oh, it has title. It does support title. I'm on title. I don't use Spotify anymore because I'm not supporting a company that gives ICE recruitment ads on its platform and also does a bunch of AI music and promotes that and makes playlists filled with AI music. That's just something I'm not in the mood of supporting. Plus, Spotify, I had Spotify since 2016. I got off of it this year. Almost 10 years. Basically, basically almost 10 years. I had Spotify when it was coming up. But 2016, 17, I don't remember that exact year. But it just kept getting worse and worse. Like, in shitification. I will look into that after stream. I have a bot here that I can look into for the music. That we can listen to music for the times that I am streaming on YouTube. Um, uh, but you know, putting your money behind your moral compass, I guess, ideations, there's a word for that that I'm not thinking of. And that be I want to give him like a little cowlick and not erase. Because I think that'd be kind of cute. I love giving people that little cowlick kind of situation. And I can have it kind of sputtering out here. If I don't like it, I'll move it. dun, 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 dun. If I can get that bot set up on my server, that'd be super cool. I have a server, by the way. I do play a lot of video games, though. Do you play any video games? Doodle Addict? If so, why is it Deadlock? No. That's the one I mainly play. Deadlock is definitely a game of all time. I feel like it's a tough recommendation because I would never recommend someone to play League of Legends. So why would I do that with it's like League's brother? It's such a tough recommendation, but it is a really fun game, man. Hard, hard, hard game, but very fun, very rewarding. I think just having little tufts almost coming out. I was like trying to make it. Oh, it should be similar to hair. This is fire. Ma'am, this is fire. Like, you do not have to make it similar to hair. Ma'am, this is a Taco Bell. Like, what's the original? I know it's not a Taco Bell. That's the original one. I like saying it's just a ma'am, it's a hairy fire. It's a little, a little intimidating. Gotta give Calcifer his waves. That's such an insane thought. Grab that bright color there. Have more of the kind of sparks coming out. Definitely making this more hair-like. That's a little bright. It's almost like it's a yellow. I want that. It's the same damn color I just picked before. How are you doing, Furious? I hope you're doing well. I hope work is being nice to you and not being mean to you and making you too tired. I think I'm on a 2. I'm not on a 2. Some darker spots. It's in here. Ooh, I don't like that. Actually, right there. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the government either. Lots of things I'm not a big fan of. Like putting that on the peaks in there so it feels delicioso. Thank you, Dora. That came out of nowhere. Darken this area here. And this is where we start blending. There's a color here that I don't want to lose. I'd rather bring in here. Very minor color change there that most won't notice. But the way I paint is very layered. So that will come out in the bottom when I add more details. You'll see that color and I can bring that color out multiple times. Gonna make his little toes bright. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I couldn't tell you. Well, I can't work a 9 to 5. Make his little toes bright. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't tell you what that was about. And you can see as I'm adding texture to this is why I start with such a hard brush. And I erase with a hard brush too. Because I want the texture, I want the illusion of a perfect straight line. And then I add the texture on top of it to give it a fuzzy feeling. Someone, I was at art fairs last week. And a very New Yorker came by. Very strong New Yorker came by and was like, I really like your art. And I cannot mimic a New Yorker very well. I'm really good at New Jersey. Um, but I can't do New Yorkers. It's just they talk so fast. They talk so like commanding and they get like it's in and out with them. Which I love how quick that is. But, sometimes it's tough talking to them. They're telling me all these things. And I'm like, oh, you're going too fast. I can't. Help! Help! It's too much. I love New Yorkers. They're the fellows that weren't too far away from me. Originally from Boston, by the way. I'm not one of those like old heads that are like, I hate New Yorkers because of a sports team. All right. Like, you need to go outside more. If that's your reasoning. Ain't that serious, brother? But he. Sorry, I keep laughing at these toes. They crack me up so bad. I want to make them a little darker. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't do it. It's cracking me up too much. I really like them. I really like them. I'm adding little. I don't know how to describe that as. I'm gonna be so honest. Descending into madness moments. Uh, uh, Give or take on that area. Oops. I think it's a little too much. I don't think I want it to be that prominent. I might change my mind. I might not. I don't know. That's everyone's favorite portion of the stream here. I gotta stretch. Been sitting down for too long. I'd recommend it if you've been drawing. You should take a standing break every like 30 to 45 minutes, hour at most. Time to make a move to a town that's right for me. Do 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 do. Oh, I love my spinning fish. Um, Real important to stretch your body. I feel like I don't have to really explain why. Your muscles don't like to sit and do nothing for too long. We live a very sedentary, sit, sit life. Everything has been made very easy for us. Oh, my back cracked 15 times because of technology. And it's a perfect time to walk away from the subject that you're drawing and do something else. Welcome to the yapping portion. I'm gonna distract myself here. This is the yapping portion. Whenever I start walking around and stretching. Um. Oh, I want to talk about my friend. Oh, I feel like talking about my friend. And I hesitate to talk about him. I just feel like he's lost in life. You ever just look at someone and they're like, yeah, they're lost. They're cooked. Like, oh, let me put on my little BRB screen. Oh, little BRB guy. Taking a mini break. You ever just look at someone and you're like, damn, brother, you're lost. Sometimes I have a lot of guy friends, if you could not tell. I have a lot of guy friends. And I think I'm hitting a turning point again with these friends. I had it when I was graduating high school because these friends I've known since middle school. I've had it when I graduated around high school time with them because I felt like I was a lot more mature than them. I I kind of locked in. I think only three of us out of like no, that's a lie. A lot of us graduated, but me and one other friend were the fastest to graduate. The others took gap years, or some of them were in law school, so they're better than me. But Um, like a good chunk of them just didn't finish college or just was fine with high school diploma. And a lot of them are smarter than me. They don't need no college. But the reason I enjoyed college was because I continued as I grew older to interact with people that I wouldn't really normally interact with. And when you go straight into the workforce after high school, you get kind of locked in to one group of people, your coworkers. And with your coworkers, you kind of get locked in on their mannerisms. They become very close, and those are like your people. That's it. The longer you stay there, the more you get comfortable with them. And also working jobs like regular 9 to 5s, I've noticed that more and more. But the reason I bring that up is because I feel like some of my friends have hit this wall of either they've been in one job since they've graduated college or high school. And I feel like if you're not interacting with people you never would interact with, you don't evolve. You don't, there's not a lot to force you into improvement, self improvement, or anything like that, because you get comfortable. You get comfortable with your group. Your group all likes you. They don't really care. Um, and that's kind of it. And I feel like I have hit another tipping point because I moved completely out of the state, started my own business. Every single day, I'm hustling, I'm grinding, I'm doing shit. Always talking with people I never would talk to any otherwise. Different generations, different backgrounds and lives. I've talked to military people. I've talked to MAGA people. I've talked to, MAGA people are their own situation. Lost, lost lambs. I just feel bad for them. Um, like I feel bad for a Scientologist. I feel bad for them too. They're both cults you get locked into. Um, and I feel like there's two subsections to this with my friend group. Some people who are getting comfortable with their jobs, they're kind of not really ad- wanting to do adventures. And what I mean by adventures is like go to a new place that they haven't been to before, go hiking, go uh, car rides, go to like not you don't have to go to bars, but like different locations than they normally would be. They're kind of over it, and I feel like that's so sad for them at least, because it's really fun to go interact with people. Like I said, out of your age group, in your age group, a few years younger, a few years older, boomers. um, but the other subsection is a group of my guy friends that are it's I hesitate to say red pill because like I don't think they're there yet, but I just see them slipping into it. And the reason they are slipping into it because they get no bitches. They all they do is work and come home and work and go home, jack off into a pillow and cry. Um, and then they, I just look at them. I feel so sad. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother. I wish I could help. But I'm at a tipping point with them too, because it's like I'm in a whole different career path, and I can't really ask for advice for you. One, because you've never started your own business. Two, you're not artist. So already, I feel like I'm closing off a little people too. And I feel a little bad doing that because it's like, oh, these have been my friend. They've known me. I've been an artist since who cares how long. But every year I get more and more serious into being an artist. And it's like someone getting more and more serious into being an electrician. But I feel like for me, I can't turn off my artist mode very long. Every time I go out, it's like, oh, I want to internal. I see this really cool subsection. I want to take a picture of it and draw it later. I want to. Oh, I saw this food looks really cool. I want to draw this later. What is this made out of? Like, or like, oh, this is such a pretty scene. I want to draw this later. It's like I feel like I never turn off the art brain. I found a fan. Oh, I don't know where I found that. I don't know why that's there. Always there. And with that specific group of people that gets no bitches, uh, no, no anyone, thinking about opening a tech shop, spreading the Linux gospel. I think that would be a really good niche. Like having like a, oh, what's that guy on YouTube? The New Yorker, he talks real fast too. Um, oh, I'll find it and I'll put it in the Discord one of these days. I know I can picture Lewis something. He does something. Well, he doesn't. I don't think he does tech focused stuff. But like opening a tech shop and having it be like, hey, this is how you fix Windows. This is how you fix Linux. This is how you do this. Just specifically that. You'd get a lot of older folks that are like, my iPad doesn't work. You have to learn like Apple OS and all that. Like just fixing problems. Because right now, the only people that do that, especially in the US, are Best Buy. And if you can spread that online and like, hey, I can do consultations online to fix minor issues. If you really need help, you can send it here and I can go and fix it myself. There's people out there that do that. Like, what's wrong with it? Oh, my computer has a virus. Fix it. There's another person that does like intentionally puts viruses in their computers and tries playing video games and stuff or tries doing random stuff, tries getting it fixed when there's a million like viruses. Um, I forget that person's name completely. Is it kind of homeless? Something homeless? I think that's his name. Uh, there's a market for that, brother. You do so well in that. I'm telling you. Like for instance, previous you go down the tech shop part. I go down the art shop land. We do own two businesses. So we'll be able to connect with each other because we own businesses, but we own businesses in different subsections. So like if I give you a piece of advice, it's not going to always help you with your business. If you give me a piece of advice, it's not going to always help with my business. And then I have art friends also that only work for big corporations like Blizzard or Red Dead, Rockstar, or like smaller AA companies, triple. It doesn't have to be AAA, but um, and then their career path is completely different now. Because once we graduated college, we were kind of on the same thing, all looking for jobs. Some people getting into the jobs, learning it, and doing that. Like some people having to do um, 9 to 5s just for a bit. Eventually, we all kind of figured out our own path, and a lot of them are in working for companies. I'm the company, and I cannot work for another person. And that's what I was kind of thinking to myself. I'll get back to drawing in a bit, I promise. I was thinking that to myself because it's like, man, I really like can't work for someone else. One, I get sick kind of often, and because of my zone, I have to take like a week off every month, and I plan for that. Almost a week. Sometimes it's less, sometimes unfortunately more. Um, I have to take around a week because I just can't move. I can't do anything. I get real sick. Um, that's just PCOS and endometriosis. Yeah. Unfortunately, you know. But it's like I can't work for a company like that and be like, yeah, I can't work for a week. See you. You only get like 2 weeks of like sick time, if even. 2 weeks of PTO, 2 weeks of sick time throughout a whole year. That shit ain't gonna work. I like to sleep. I like to work really late at night. I'm usually working from like 9 to like 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning and then go to sleep during the day. That's why I had to make my own company. It was just impossible. I tried so hard. I tried doing 9 to 5s and doing the art on the side or doing them both at the same time. One, it was too much. Two, I couldn't handle people. I just, when I'm in a business and I'm trying to do someone else's stuff and working in a sales environment, trying to uphold someone else's values and it just doesn't make sense, I just can't lie. I'm not a person that can lie. It's it's real tough. I wish I was a person that could lie a little easier. If I don't like something, you'll know immediately. You'll be open 10 to 20 hours. No, you gotta, no, that's all too much. Or you'll be open at night. You know, things being open, like after the 9 to 5 crowd, like, oh, I only open after 5 p.m. and I stay out until midnight or something. Midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning. That would be so good. I wish more restaurants did that. That's why I love living in a major city because so many things are open late. And that works out for me because I work late at night. Um, and I don't care about breakfast food. I make my own breakfast food. So I'm not missing out on any of the breakfast clubs. And mm, mm, uh bazinga. Sorry. I'm getting a little tired. I can tell. Okay, off we go. Continue. Walk time is over. Walk and yap time is over. Mm. I'm looking at my composition overall. I'm gonna make it into white. We have some gaps here, and we have a kind of a line leading here, and then that kind of leads down here. We need something that kind of pushes someone up here. If I can get an S curve, something like that, or vice versa. I think if I make this guy go up a bit and have some of these kind of pointing this way, have that guy kind of stop here, have some smoke kind of have that gap stop a little earlier, something like this, just to encourage the eye to make this S. I think I'll be golden. Golden. Let's make that quick. Okay, my playlist is not on shuffle. I didn't mind that much 'cause I didn't really notice it. I think having like small subsections. Something like that. Turn and paste it to change it. Something like that. Thing is that this is a little something like this. Gonna have kind of like a kind of a sun. I know what I'm thinking of, but I know you're not gonna know what I'm thinking of. Like a little blop. I should have more of these actually. Solar flares? No, not really what I'm thinking of. This isn't official. Hello? Um, official name for that. That I'm not thinking of. Mm, duh, duh. Such fascinations. Change it. And face change it. I'm gonna switch back to a hard brush. Uh, uh. Okay, I'm not offended at what I've made. Hello. That was my user error. I think I'm gonna on Monday I'm gonna watch Howl's Moving Castle again. I'm so excited to watch that again. I haven't watched that in so long. Having some of those peaks and valleys again. I don't like this like bumpy ride I made over here. I don't know why I did this to myself. I really just don't like this area. I have like a really small really small guy right there. Yes. That pink, I want to keep that pink in here. I really like that pink, so I want to keep that. Want this area to be pretty dark and unassuming. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Nice. I like that little corner now. I like it a lot. Little man looking for some help. I need someone to save her ass. I think if I make this underneath area darker, I think that would look better. Na 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 na. I feel like whenever it's like anything hair-like, I slip into the mode. I just I can't really explain what I'm doing. I just be doing. There's nothing to explain other than I'm kicking ass. Kicking ass and eating bubble gum. Feather out this little corner. Would you play Otsu one day? I used to. I used to. I don't know if I have my drawing tablet. I used to use my drawing tablet for it. I had my like very first drawing tablet to connect to it. I don't think I could do that to myself again. That was like, I really like rhythm games. I don't like puzzle games, but really like rhythm games. Use a mouse? Yeah, okay, and give myself even stronger carpal tunnel? Yeah, okay, dude. I already have carpal tunnel. I don't need to make it worse. Thanks, though. Hell no, I'm not using a mouse. A straight hell no for me, Chief. Kind of lost that pink a little bit. People who use mouses are built different. It's so much easier to use a drawing tablet, in my unprofessional opinion. That's not the color I picked out of like all the little colors I picked. How carpal tunnel? How? What are you talking about? Clicking a mouse, using a pen, using all like repetitive motion that pinches the little nerves near the wrist. You lightly holding the mouse. Okay. So I paint for like 8 hours. It don't matter if you're lightly holding the mouse. Okay, you're trolling me. All right, big trolls. We're gonna carry on with our lives. Being trolled in real time. Ooh, look at that. I'm about to paint the house for his feet again and make funny sounds. It's my response to that line of questioning. I have one line in there I don't like. Oops. Input with AD keys, aim with mouse. It's not that hard. I'm about to say the N word. Yes, thank you. Thank you for telling me how to play the game. I know how to play the game. The reason why I don't play that many rhythm games is because I'll sit there and play it for 8 hours straight. No breaks. I'll be taking a shit with the damn thing on my lap. And I will be hunched over, shrimp position. There's no break. You see how in art I've developed like, oh, I just sit, I like get up and I move. I realize what's going on. I take breaks. That wouldn't happen with rhythm games. Same thing with Stellaris or real time strategy games. Those games, I lose days. I lose days because I will sit in the same spot hours at a time. Like whenever I played, no, I love complicated games. I love games where I just waste my life. That's why my goal whenever I'm a multi-million dollar artist is to play Stellaris. I know that's the thing is Stellaris. I can tell I'm gonna lose like a week of my life. One, just learning the basic mechanics, and then another week where I just sit and do nothing. I mean, y'all have seen me play video games for 8 hours straight and not realize, but a lot of times I move around, I eat, and I do all that stuff. The Going Medieval streams I used to do, oh my God. Oh my God. I would blink and it was 5 hours. And I'd be like, what? And I'd forget to talk. I'd forget that I was streaming. I would say like 2 words every 30 minutes. I had to stop streaming the game. It wasn't entertaining. There's Stellaris, right as I said that. Interactive. That's a company I would work for. I would work for Paradox. I love Crusaders Kings, Stellaris. Hearts of Iron is super fun. Victoria, I haven't played myself, but it's a really fun. City Skylines, I like the first one. I just love those type of games. Um, oh, I heard that Slay the Spire got review bombed, which I don't really understand how are we review bombing. What are the negative reviews? Okay, boss issues. There's a lot of Chinese reviews. They say a lot of the end um end bosses are really too challenging. There's one person, the door maker. Damn, it's doorman, door maker, anyone with a door character, you're just gonna get ass blasted. This is like the fourth review I said. It was some guy, this door maker, fifth review, door maker. It's a recent update that has caused people very upset. Where's Jose? He's played Slay the Spire. He would be able to tell us. Jose, where are you? A lot of people kind of upset that the game is really, really hard and there's certain metas to play that will win you the game while other ones do not. I'm only looking at English reviews. What am I going to look at the Chinese reviews for? I have no idea what the fuck that says. Door maker, door maker. Some of these people, I didn't look at their hours. Some of them only have like 5 hours. Some people, oh, there's some people that have like 100 hours here. 7 hour, almost 100 hours. Someone barely even played an hour. The game said it was bad. too hard unless you play every day and memorize everything. It's a card game. It's a card-based game. Yeah, you kind of gotta memorize the fucking cards that you have in here. That's such a stupid response. That guy's dumb. Stop teaching us how to play the game the way you want. Okay. Everyone doesn't like this recent update. I think that's the main reason there's review bombs. Oh, this person has a translation. That's nice. If all the changes made by the development team are aimed at preventing players from experiencing game with endless homogenization, you have succeeded. Now players can only enjoy the homogenized experience with balanced cards. My recent feeling about playing the beta versions are, can I win? Yes, I can. Is it fun? No, it's not. Everyone is complaining about Doorman. I don't know who the fuck Door. I keep thinking it's Doorman from fucking uh Deadlock. Door something. Door maker. This person has 1,540 something hours in the first game. And this person's like, not enough to justify a sequel. Only 2 hours in the game. That brother just likes the first one. I feel like a lot of people they have like less than 30 hours in the game. I don't know. I feel like with deck builders, you need a good amount of time to really understand the game. This person has an hour, no couch co-op. Okay, dude. This person refunded the product. 3 hours. This person, I'm negatively reviewing this because one, horrible balance, but two, my friend possibly positively recommended the game, so I have to cancel out his vote so we can have net neutral. Who buffed Door? Door boss is poopy. Everyone's complaining about the Door guy. Yeah. Um I cannot. You can show me a video of it, of you playing the map. I personally will not play it. I've done my time with Otsu. I feel like I've done my time. I just realized my little social media things aren't up to date. Fun! Get to that another time. It's like a future me issue. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Oh, I kind of forgot. Mm, Hold on. I forgot to. Again, yeah, we gotta be careful because I already have carpal tunnel. I've had it since I started doing art. I have very small wrists. So it, I got first before carpal tunnel, you get repetitive use syndrome from staying in the same position and constantly doing the same motion over and over again. Otsu, you click the button over and over again with your finger. You can switch fingers, but it's still using the same. Your fingers use the same muscles that go through that subsection. Um, yeah, I like doing art more than Otsu. I love Otsu though. That's a fun game. I used to play a lot of rhythm games. But there's certain games that are just too addictive. You know the Ume Musume? That game's addictive. I had to stop playing that. I had to stop playing that immediately. One day I sat on my fucking bed and sat there for 5 hours trying to train a horse, and I was on the brink of tears because damn horse didn't get like A plus. Every run of that game takes forever. Hell no. That's that's a dangerous slope. I ain't getting into that one. Another dangerous slope that we ain't getting into. Ooh, I added that little darkness in there. I think that looks really cool. Just in certain high points. I'd like to get this area mainly the colors I want before I move on. I feel like if I post about this and Calcifer is not done, you're not gonna know what it is. Don't you know just how when there's no one else around, me and you in awkward silence. So perfect, blah blah blah. Run to me, confess your love, at least just let me say. Oh, I like how that looks. Not really the right color I'm looking for. I do want some of this to have that brighter color, but not too much. Unrequited, terrifying, insane. Well, this spot is definitely where it was being cracked, where I was drawing. Luckily, I use a mousy hand drawing style, so it doesn't affect us too much. And I feel like I kind of draw in like one quadrant of the iPad, and I don't really move from it. Mm, leg. It feels better. I don't know what was wrong with my leg. Yeah, brothers, I need you to be a straight line. Da, da, da. Hold on. Alright, I think I'm gonna not move this around anymore. I don't really want to mess with this. Any longer? I think I'm pretty good with calcifer here. Calcifer. Calcifer. Pretty chillin' with calcifer. Now I'm trying to think. I think I have to finish the bacon first. Oh, someone subscribed while we were streaming. Thank you. um, what is this? What the hell? What is going on? Get me out of here. Yeah, I think I have to finish the bacon first. That was a gnarly drink. I'm distracted. I'm looking at my social media. him say. Is you on my side? What's your ETA? 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 Horrifically distracted. I'm so sorry. Heard him say, what I've done. I needed you on my side. I can go wherever you like. What's your ETA? What's your ETA? What's your ETA? What's your ETA? I'm partying. Partying in the back here, man. New jeans is so much fun. Man, I hate using TikTok. I'm gonna complain about TikTok. I used to love TikTok until it got bought out by a US AI company. Now I can't stand it because it is genuinely just frustrating to be on. Every 10 seconds, hey, you post something in like mock 2 seconds, even before you get your first like. It's like, hey, don't you want to promote? Here, I'll give you $20 off of it. Oh, I'll give you percentile coupon. And then the best is like, hey, your video is doing better than 90% of the 90% of the platform, and I have 300 viewers on my video. I'm like, okay. Yikes. That's not really great to tell us that 90% of people can't get to 300 viewers that post on TikTok. That's a lot of people. A lot of cooks in the kitchen ain't cooking shit. I'm just like, ooh, that shows to me I should be off of this platform. Especially since they're um, using like AI in all your videos. I really don't post on there anymore. I post like once or twice a week on there, and I'm like, yeah, good luck. Have a good day. Nice to know you. Thank you next. You know, one of those that do. Hello, why are we? I want to include some of the bright red. I want to. It's like orange. Really want to include that as a color in there. Color opportunity. Because I love drawing egg yolks in eggs in general. I think they're really fun to draw. Grab some basically white, but not quite white, in here as if it's a highlight. Blend it out a little bit. This one in particular. It's not the brightest thing in the world right now, but that's okay. Because we're going to include other colors around here too. Gonna add a lot of reds to the situation room here. So you want to make it feel like some of this color is coming down into our eggland here. Eggland's best. We gotta have some that aren't really white. Have some real white spots in here. But not too white. Tickled white spots. And a lot of times when I'm doing egg yolks, they don't always like follow. Every yolk is different. This is why I like drawing them. Because they're fun to draw. Very fun to draw. Some of that baking color. You're going to have a lot more of that baking color. Because you're really close there. Oh, the darker color. That might be too dark. That's a little better. Yeah, it's got to be actually like a actual straight line here. Oh, I like that little pink in there. I think that's a cool color. Sometimes it really is like, oh, hey, that's a cool color. I really like that color. I'm going to include that. Xbox Live in the room. In the bathroom, girl. God knows. I want to end the in your mind. Oh, it's a great warning to tell us that the stream is ending soon. we Once we hit 5%, um, that's when we cut off the stream. So I think that's a pretty. We're at a pretty good stopping spot, honestly, where we're at. Most of what we're doing here is pretty good. Pretty, pretty like I'm okay with where we are stopped. The reason I'm blending this out is because I want it to feel like it's kind of bending. So it's not going to be all the same color. Blend this out also. What is today? Today Thursday? Today's Friday. Usually I stream on Thursdays, which is why I'm confused. Um, This brush really doesn't like me. I'm like... Kind of cool. Gonna go into the reds a little bit, bring it down. Have some areas of like heavy darkness. I'm trying to get the majority of areas kind of locked in here. I'll bring that back in. Now we're introducing some cooler pinks, which I think are pretty cool. Just by kind of randomly picking around. Do want to include some of these yellows. Hints of yellow spots. Not too much yellow zones. There's a game of love. Ooh, that yellow on the yolk is like so good. Looks so good. I might change it to more yellow. Take a quick gander at our. Okay, okay, not too bad. Color wise. Have some spots that are basically white so that they can kind of pop up a bit more on. Oh, what's going on? This back egg is kind of in a struggle bus position. Definitely the one I've put the least amount of thought into. I feel like right now we have a very even. Let's go up here. We have a very even subsection here. I like the shapes that we have down here. And of course, Lucifer, Calcifer, kind of pointing ourselves up. And I do like this gap that we've included up there. But I think here is a weak spot, especially this egg. I think that back egg is a weak spot. I think it might be if we push this guy down and have it kind of come down here in like this area. It's like a dark spot there. And kind of have this maybe come over like that a bit more. It's gonna just be like a little guy. Like a little yolk, little guy. I got a really small egg this morning. This afternoon. I made eggs this later today. Had a little guy. And he's really cute. And so, uh, yeah, I think eliminating that zone almost And I'm gonna grab a real bright spot, having like this be a really highlight spot. This is fine too, but darken you can. Because now that will kind of point you out, in, and around. Kind of like that. You got it out. That guy's a dark area that pushes you down here. And then Calcifer's big old smile brings you down to him. Or if you come from down here, brings you up. And then you kind of get pushed this way because this is like, stop! You violated the law. And then you get pushed up that way. Now I like having a secondary circle too of like a kind of something like that so that you could see the whole food. Whole Foods. So I kind of have that already kind of built in where that's kind of bouncing. You go that way and you go that way. But, okay, we're at 5. So I'm gonna plug my guy in just so that it doesn't die while I'm talking. Um, I do want to add just a tad bit more to here because I feel like bacon is definitely, you've done nothing to make the bacon look bacon-like. It's like, yeah, we'll get there. We'll definitely get there, but and it's like I think most people get it when they kind of see it. It's like, yeah, it's bacon. I don't really know what these random spots are. I really don't like these spots right now. I think just having that be open like that. Ah! That scared the shit out of me. I ain't gonna
Joe Biden, wake up. Joe
lie. Joe
Biden,
Biden,
wake up.
wake up.
9/11.
Joe Biden, wake up. I think we definitely need to have our spots that show the edge of the pot. I think this pot come in like that. It might be a little too high. Quick and dirty blend of that. Just to, I've been painting in a completely different direction. Did you know that? There's ranked in Otsu. That's kind of fire. Unrelated to anything I'm painting here. That is pretty fire. I think I can add really early lines of oil. Kind of like here. And just kind of have random holes. I don't think purple is the right color. I'm gonna be honest with this background. I feel like maybe like a really desaturated purple. So we have mainly orange, and the opposite is blue. So let's head over to a blue. I kind of want to almost green. Pretty close to what, what we already have here. Honestly, it goes when they fall. Open. Hello? Oh, I didn't even show it. Hmm. We'll fix values and all that fun stuff in a bit. I don't really want to make it that dark. It like makes sense to be dark, you know? Makes sense. I do feel like it's a little small though. What I mean by small, it's like I want the little toes to have space to breathe. There you go. There's more space to breathe, those little toe guys. Let it go. Let it go. Oop. I'm gonna do really simple eyeballs here. Let it go. Trying to make the mouth feel like mouth. Give a little smile like that. Little guy smiling like that. Look, you smiling like that, huh? Little guy smiling. Sorry, I was very aggressive for no good reason. I think I'm pretty happy with where it's at right now. But man, this is the first time I'm gonna be drawing with mainly the Goblin's Pantry thing. Wow. Wee. So sorry. Had to sneeze. You ran over what? We ran out of shows to put on for background music? Tough. Lucky for you, we're at the end of the show here. Oh, I forgot. But my little goblin. Goblin little guy in the corner here. Her for flipping into a bad perspective. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. I feel like we are at the end here. I feel like this is a great stopping point. I'll put this in the Discord. Um, I like this so far. Very good so far. Very good. Yeah, so I think we're done for tonight. Been here for almost for basically 4 hours. I was only gonna stream for two, but I appreciate everyone. I will be back Tuesday. We're gonna decide um if Tuesday will be another Ghibli stream or if we will um do a Wheel of Misery slash just a regular games day. I'm gonna figure out the Flavy bot, where the fuck that is. I love that little image. Lots of things I'm adding right now. I grieve different. I grieve different. Alright. Alright. Anyways, thank you everyone for stopping by. We had a really cool stream. I really appreciate it. Hugs and kisses everyone. Um I'm really excited to continue drawing this. Um my pops is still over, so I think I can stream a bit more often next week. So Monday I'm gonna buy alcohol. And then Tuesday, we work and stuff. So maybe I'll stream early Monday and then also do some Tuesday. I don't know. Well, I'll let you know. We're gonna vote on what's the next stream. But anyways, hugs and kisses, everyone. Thank you very much for sticking around. I really appreciate it. Appreciate all the stream likes. Appreciate all the subscribers. I didn't really talk about that. Oh, hold on. A quick section here. I am very, very grateful that so many people, 620 people today, have decided to subscribe and enjoy my short form content. I'm very excited people like my stuff more and more, of course. Um, yeah, I feel it really does give me hope and faith that doing what I'm doing is the right path and lots of deja vu moments. And I'm so excited to do this and continue doing this. Oh, I gotta watch Runaway. That's it. Lady Gaga and Doechii ass video coming out. But yeah, anyways, I'm really thankful. Thank you so much for following. The people who've been here for way longer than that, thank you guys. Discord people, all those people, thank you so much. Hugs and kisses, all that. Oh, it tells you I'm streaming. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that coffee did that. Anyways, yeah, I'm out of here. I'll see everyone later. I appreciate y'all. I just want to give a little thank you moment there. Yeah, but